If I get a mint around here, man, I don't know what's going to be put in there with it.
Oh yeah, see, this is like sealed package, like
Yeah, it's
straight.
proper. Yeah.
Yeah, you don't even have to worry. Yeah,
Oh,
it'd be.
it's probably a fucking Zanny or something.
Yeah,
When I
exactly.
get one.
Or fentanyl. A lot of people. Well, I don't know.
Exactly. Yeah,
Is
something
it
like
like
that.
that over there too? A lot of
No,
overdoses from fentanyl.
not really. But I see a big thing in America at the moment.
Yeah. You
Like
ever
the
have a?
Chinese that cut in a lot of fucking dodgy things and send them over.
Yeah, and then the CIA is pumping it to the fucking crackheads.
So it's the same as what you watched yesterday, just with a new drug.
It's exactly what happened, dude. Yeah, like and I'm kind of a strong believer in that. Like, I think they did that to the black community with crack, then they did it to the white community with meth, and now they're like cleaning up the streets for all these homeless drug addicts with that fucking fentanyl. Like, well, we created this problem and it's got out of control, so now we got to fix it.
And
Not
that shit
that.
is out of control.
It's
People
not that. It's
fucking
not that crazy to think about. There's Kevin. There we go.
yeah, I finally got it working.
Kevin's got my back. He knows what I'm talking about.
People are they zombie out, literally fall asleep standing up. I mean,
Dude, my wife, when we were living in California, because I mean, it's bad in California. But she was having patients every single day with fucking overdoses, and like, not even, not even like older people, like a lot of like 30, 40 year olds, just gone. It's like, god damn.
because it's stupid cheap and it's easy to get, and everybody got hooked on the prescription drugs their doctor gave them, and then you get cut off, and what do you do?
Yeah,
Don't do fentanyl.
don't do drugs. You hear that, kids? Don't do drugs. Drugs are bad. Just stay away from them. None of them are good.
Uh,
Not even Tylenol.
except for marijuana, that's okay.
That's not a drug. So it's a plant.
That's true. Well, I mean, even
Like,
caffeine's a drug. So
but like marijuana is not like it can literally just grow wild. You can walk up to it, you can pick it, and then
and
you can
never
smoke
killed
it,
anyone ever.
and like that's it. There's no, like, it's not like cocoa leaves. You got to take the cocoa leaves, you got to grind them down. The same thing with fucking heroin. Like, all the other drugs were created originally to use in a hospital for pain, right? Like cocaine, still used in hospitals. Heroin, they called it morphine when it was in the hospital. I mean, these are facts, right? And then
Yeah,
they
well, and
just
then
release them to the street. So
the most crazy thing is you could go and spend £20 or $20 or whatever on a bottle of vodka in your shop, walk straight outside, drink the whole bottle, you'd be fucked. If you spend
yeah,
£20 on a bit of weed, you'd just be feeling fucking tired.
exactly. Yep.
I know what fucks up the health system more, that's for sure.
Or cigarettes too. Like cigarettes, fucking the tests they've done, they've got like rat poison and fucking Windex and like fucking
Yeah,
everything
everyone's
you
like,
can
fuck
find
that,
underneath
give me
your
that, I'll
bathroom
have
sink.
some of that.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, some Windex? Perfect. That's what I'll start my day with. Oh, what does this, clean the toilet? Perfect. Let me try some of that. What the fuck? That's how stupid kids are these days too. Look at their fucking eating Tide Pods and shit on TikTok.
They're eating what?
You didn't see that? There was like a challenge going around, all these dumbass kids eating Tide Pods. You know, like those little pods that you put in your like washer and dryer?
Oh, you're joking.
No, no, legit. There was like a couple kids that got like, I don't know if they died from it, but
What
like
would
they got
you
like,
fucking need to want to eat one of those? Seriously, come on.
oh, I have no idea, but it was happening, bro. I'm telling you, that's how stupid people are. That's just natural selection at that point. You know what I mean? Like, you know what it is? It's because those kids have never got their mouth washed out with soap, so they don't know how bad it's gonna taste. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, it's soap because you put it in to clean your clothes. Like, and if you've ever had your mouth washed out with soap, it's not gonna be good. So
That wasn't the stuff that was causing people to hallucinate and like bite off other people's face. Remember that? There was
that was bath salts.
That's that zombie
oh,
stuff.
bath
Yeah, I
salts.
remember that. That was crazy.
Yeah, that was just down in Florida though. Florida's a different place, bro. Florida's like a fucking It's like its
Yeah.
own. It's like its own country,
Every
bro.
day
It's
it's a
crazy.
man from Florida.
Yeah, the people from there, like man from Florida, fucking wrestles alligator and rips his jaw off. It's like, what the fuck?
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah.
Man.
Okay, my
While
audio
eating
is working
washing
now.
machine pods.
All right, let's get started before we fucking get distracted all session here. So starting on the monthly, right? Really unchanged. We're still breaking out above. We're still above this high back here. That's a high that we're watching, right? That 32.27.5 was a high that we watched on the way up where we almost broke it, didn't quite take it. Remember, we traded to 25, turned around and then busted through it. So on the way back down, we have that kind of level in mind here. If there is, if there is a reverse in action here. But relatively unchanged. And something I just want to bring up, like even if you know that the market's going to be, or the chart itself is going to be relatively unchanged, right? Because you just looked at it yesterday, well, just look at it again. It takes you fucking 12 seconds. You know what I mean? Don't always zoom out and then zoom back in. There's no reason to skip parts of your morning routine, and this part of it takes like 2 seconds, so don't skip it. Switching over to the weekly here, we're still one time framing higher, right? We're watching last week's low, which was that 43.51 quarter. For right now, we're still just in an inside week, still holding up this trend. This trend is from the daily chart, but you can see it's a fairly steep trend. If we were to draw another trend here on the weekly, which we could, you could see, barely holding here. That might be a better one to watch there. Let's do this. We'll watch this weekly trend. You could see a very steep weekly trend here. But really no change, right? We'll notice some change once we get below that 51 quarter. And then we have that, there's not really a gap here, but down to that 43.25 is going to be this high, or 27 quarter. Is going to be the level we'll watch should we break the previous week's low. Switching over to the daily, you could see yesterday we got a cessation of one time framing. We did do it on low volume, which is kind of interesting. That kind of makes me want to check something real quick. I was just doing some. This is why I do this sometimes. So this is the volume up versus volume down, right? I switch it over to the daily, and then I try to see like the days where we get like big selling days or big buying days, right? Because this is just basically volume up versus volume down. So how much volume is coming in the market that's taking the market that's on the buy side versus the sell side, right? And so yesterday we got a pretty decent amount of selling volume, and the last time we had a day like that was back on 5/2. 5/2 is this day here, and that was on high volume. So that's interesting. Because then we got continuation this day on high volume with a lot of volume that came in the market to the downside. But yesterday we got high volume to the downside at low volume. Maybe there's not enough supply yet. I don't know. We'll have to see. But anyways, you can see, we had a cessation of one time framing, so at least we need to be aware that there's some change on the daily chart. We do have this balance here lower, right, followed by a 2-day balance, and then even here, another 2-day balance, and then this is kind of a 3-day balance here. So we're just kind of balancing higher slowly but surely. Balanced. It's like just kind of sloppy. This was just like one big sloppy balance for a big range. Right, and you could even be like, so this is a balance, and then there's a 2-day balance up here, and then a move lower, and then out of it, another 2-day balance. Right, so we're just kind of balancing. So really, this low from yesterday is going to be kind of the key today. Should we break it, this low is 44.07 quarter. We're trading 44.19 half right now. This is yesterday's low was 10.50, so we're still above that. But should we get below this low, that's where we really need to pay attention to see if there's continuation, right? Continuation would take below that 4,000, and we'll jump onto the profile to kind of look at the distribution a little bit easier. But it really puts us back towards the low of this balance and the high of the previous balance, which is down towards that 43.90 area right here. Is like 43.83 to 43.90. And that could be a possibility, right? Just depending, and maybe that's where buyers are at. Still, still in line with this trend here as well. So now let's switch over to the profiles. See what we can discover. Let me pull up the CME website. And so for those of you guys that are new, because we're getting a lot of new people on YouTube, if you just type in CME and go to the E-mini S&P 500 overview, you can click on settlements, and the settle will be right here. You can see the contract is gone, so we're using the top one again, 44.3475. We'll go ahead and move our settle down. And I like to keep the settles that don't get taken out, so that's why I'm keeping that one there. Or we say 34.75.
Yeah, literally on the PLC.
Yeah, and like right on the open as well. Interesting. And then we had a big level yesterday that I've written down, 44.35 quarter. That's a pretty decent level. 44.3475. Yep. So sitting on here, we get a better view because we can kind of see the distributions for these lower moves. And you see where the weak spots are at right here, down 43.80 and below. So that's why I'm saying this 43.90, 43.88 is going to be kind of the key level should we break that 07. If we break that 07, this is going to be kind of the last chance, I think, for buyers inside here. Basically 44, I know it's a big area. We'll just say in between 96 and 88. That's going to be kind of the key level that I'm looking for. So 96 and 88. In between here, so in this excess here, is going to be kind of the last chance for buyers to really kind of show up before the market just breaks lower and starts to trade towards the top of this distribution down at 68. We've got overnight inventory. Well, let's go ahead and just do a review of yesterday. Yesterday we were pretty much good to go. We had some Brad prints, and I have them on here. We ended up going up to the high after one time framing down, putting in a poor low, getting some excess on the high, trading back in, and just kind of balancing for the rest of the day before the liquidation in the aftermarket. See, overnight basically traded a little bit around the settle, but mostly below. So we've got overnight inventory short, trading on this big high volume node from this middle distribution. And right now the market trying to get accepted into this lower distribution. So should we see acceptance into this lower distribution, and that would basically mean like no reaction off of these high volume nodes like the 14, 16, 19 area, this area here, then we can kind of expect that 10 to be the next target, and then back down into this low volume area where that 07 is at and that previous day's low. So what I'm looking for, right, especially because we know these are trapped, these were trapped short inventory, and now some people probably went home because we're below that level. So there's probably some trapped longs now. People got long after the market, after they saw the market come up and just start to stay. I think they started to buy. That's what, especially off this high volume node. Now that the gap is lowering, should we trade back up into this weak spot from the Globex session, which happens to be a weak spot on the bigger profile as well? I think that's a spot where we can possibly hit it short and try to trade back down towards this 16-14 area. And that's kind of going to be the first play that I'm looking for, is this trade here. That's me number one. Just because like the sentiment of the market is kind of weak. everything's kind of down this morning, so there's going to be some bearish sentiment. Powell's going to be on at 10 o'clock, so maybe some more liquidation because we've seen a couple days of liquidation. So maybe some more liquidation leading up to his speech before he decides to say whatever he's going to say. So that'll be that kind of first play that I'm looking for. Number two, if we kind of reclaim this weak spot here, weak spot from Globex, we'll be looking for an overnight inventory correction, which could be back up to like that 32 to 35 area, right? So that's going to be number two. And then from there, really, you just kind of have to watch how it acts. Like we talked about yesterday, we would be better off kind of just waiting to see how the market acts up here or starts to act once it gets down into this lower distribution. So if it gets to here, right, this is kind of an either way. So, try to keep a runner up into the weak spot, up into excess for number two. Try to keep a runner here, number one, so we get into excess or fix that poor low and into the weak spot of the profile. But if you get out and you start to get into a trade, in this area here and these areas here, right, expect, if it doesn't work right away, then you've just got to get out. You know what I mean? But yeah, so those are the only two things I'm really looking for today. Today I expect to be a little bit patient. We're opening up inside yesterday's range, most likely going to be a little bit choppy. We're opening up in the lower distribution of yesterday, right? So what we'd like to see is we'd like to see it fail inside this area right here. So in between like the 25 to 27.5 area. See an offer come in there, then maybe catch some downside. If we just get accepted down here, then there's some opportunity to go with as well. So if we're looking for that pullback or this just continuation to the downside. But remember, overnight inventory is net short. Overnight inventory is not very high volume, so probably not a lot of stronger handed traders in there. Just be careful. We're opening up pretty far away from the settle, about 10 handles, so we can probably expect a pretty negative breadth, a pretty negative ratio as well. So, and then the tick most likely will open fairly negative. So we'll see if there's a recovery. But other than that, there is about 4 minutes till the market opens. So now's the time to finalize those plans. Get ready to make some. Were you trying to get on yesterday, Kevin, and it wasn't working?
Yeah. Yeah, it was only showing on Lincoln stream, and actually the day before that too, or I don't know, whatever day it was. But yeah, it's weird. And then I pulled out my old phone and I got it to work on that because I still couldn't get on my phone. And yesterday I couldn't get it to work on any of them, but I don't know. It's working now, so I don't know. It's probably just me.
Oh, just morning, Doped. Morning, Zoe. Morning, John. Morning, Roach.
Crypto had a big jump last night. I'm killing this
crypto,
winter trade. I'm up like 80%.
Yeah, it jumped up fat. It was dope.
Yeah.
Yeah, I had a nice micro Bitcoin futures trade yesterday.
Nice.
You guys like this 20 area, huh? Yeah. Yeah, if it stays, if it holds, like, there's definite possibility. I'd rather buy here than here though. But I mean, obviously we got to take what the market gives us, of course. You're in 1975. Oh, you're already long. Oh, okay. Cheating, huh, Roach? Fucking market. Whistle even blown. Fucking Roach is already off in the races, huh? Okay.
Oh, man.
I'm in 20. I'm right there with
Jesus.
him.
This can't run before the race starts. I'm just kidding. Yeah, if I get in a fucking, I've learned about myself. If I start to get into a trade pre-market or close to the open, I start to get too attached to it, and then I'm like, no, it's going this way, and then fucking just fucks me up. I just don't do it. So you get an offer that comes in 21.5, takes us down to this 19, and you're seeing them try heavy here. These sellers are. There goes the Globex low. They're able to sell past it. Not a good look right there.
I have a meeting. I'll be back.
We had to go with this trade. The only way. Some bids trying to step up at the low here.
Because we could just balance, right, Brad? Since yesterday was the first day of not one time framing.
Yeah, we could. I would be more of like a advocate for balance if we broke the low, just to shore up the structure.
To fix the poor low, yeah.
Yeah. Like I think stronger buyers are waiting be down here to be like, that's where like I think smarter money would be buying at. You're seeing them stuck on the low there, that 364 on the low, 15 lots. The same spot they've been kind of holding yesterday as well.
Can I want to?
Sure. Bid step up on that 17 right there. Seeing some sellers try to sell this here, but they're getting a little bit nervous. See what's tech doing. Nasdaq's fucking all over the place. That's opened up pretty negative. I think they want that poor low, but they're just having a struggle fest here. A lot of volume coming in below the Globex low, so it seems to be people probably covering shorts below the Globex low, kind of knowing that there's no supply down here as well. It seems like pretty balanced. Apple's on kind of a nice move to the upside. That must be what's holding the market up. The VIX opened much lower as well, 13.5 down there. You see tech basically our only sector trying to hold the positivity here.
If they could pop that 18 quarter, 18 half, we'll get some short covering.
Did you put your hand up, mate, when you wanted to speak?
Be up to 20. Can't hear you, Tom. What'd you say, bud?
I said you got to put your hand up if you want to speak, mate.
I could barely hear you. I don't know if it's just me or you're real low.
Turn your hearing aids up a little bit, you'd be good. Is that a bit better? Can we a bit
A little
better?
bit. Yeah, a little bit.
See, no one's around Roach with a ruler when he was a kid.
Well, that's a
School.
burn, by the way.
When he was a kid at school, if he talked out of turn, they used to smack him with a ruler.
They did. Not the ruler, though. They never got us a ruler. But the church school did that. The nuns did that.
Yeah.
Didn't go to that.
Oh, you didn't go to one of the church schools?
No.
Oh, figured all of you guys did.
No. I had to go to catechism. Fucking hated it. I didn't even make my kids do that.
You know,
Because I hated
like
it.
I'm not. I didn't grow up Catholic or anything. Like, but one of my best friends was Italian, and he was Catholic, and he had to go to catechism every Wednesday. And I just remember hating it because I'd be like, I want to play with my friend, but he's at fucking catechism. And I'm like,
Yeah.
God damn this shit! Like,
I hated it every Monday. I didn't even baptize my kids. I didn't do nothing. I didn't do
we
nothing.
did. My wife's hardcore Catholic, so
Yeah. Well, I'm supposed. I grew up Catholic, but I don't believe in
Which
it.
friend was that? Which friend
Joe.
was that, Brad? Who?
Joe Downing.
Oh, Joe. Yeah,
Yeah.
I didn't know he was Catholic.
Fuck yeah, they're Catholic as fuck too. Yeah, he was baptized and everything.
My in-laws are Catholic, but they just, I guess they just are. They're not practicing at all.
Who's that?
Marilyn and Dennis,
Oh, okay. Yeah.
my in-laws. Oops. Yeah.
Catholic as fuck.
Margaret's more Catholic, like, because her mom's Catholic. Her mom goes to church every Sunday. Like, she doesn't miss it.
Yeah, I used to have to go as a kid too. I hated everything.
I used to fake sick,
Yeah, me too.
not go to church so I could watch football.
Yeah. Me and my brother, when we got a little older, my brother's 7 years older than me. So when he was driving, we'd go to church later. Because my father would go to 7 o'clock mass, and we go later, and we wouldn't go. We'd skip. We'd drive around.
Yeah.
And my father got wise. He'd be like, "Who's the priest?" And we didn't know the right one because his friend knew who the right one was. Got caught a couple times. They didn't care though, I guess.
Well, buyers tried to move up there and they weren't able to get anything going. They got stuck on that 18 quarter after a little short covering rally. So if they don't step up here on this 16 again, we probably go try to look for that low. And by the low, I mean like the 1050. Yeah.
They got stuck again on the low.
Yeah. Because gotta take care of the old business first. These buyers keep trying to step up down here. I just think they're getting in. I think they're trying too early. I think they're trapping longs here, and the real longs are going to be their stops, and that's going to be down from like the 07, 7 to 4, I think. I could be wrong. So
That's what I was trying to buy yesterday. That's why I was looking to buy, but it didn't get down there.
yes, me too. Yeah, we didn't get down there, and I was like distracted too because that fucking guy was here not doing shit, fixing my internet, my ass.
Oh, did you get a new modem?
Yeah, but it's the lines, I think, because it still happened.
Oh, really?
Yeah, earlier today I was watching my iPad and it's like your connection is unstable. I'm like, mother, go down to fucking just murder somebody. Yeah, we don't always correct overnight inventory. If people are still wanting to sell, then we just don't correct it. I mean, but what it does is, so let's say we trade through the open. Oftentimes we probably won't get a stall here because we already got the chance to move lower. So if you wanted to sell, you got your chance. And so on the way up, all of these people that are short are just buying back their positions through this. So more often than not, if we do get back above that 20, like they were saying, but I'm using the open, we probably do end up trading back to this like 30 to 35 area.
I just covered. Now it's gonna go. Watch.
You covered your short?
Yeah, I don't like being short on the low here, and it's just not going.
Yeah.
I covered in profit, but not a lot.
Buyers trying to step up on the 15 again. Same spot. Bigger players waiting for Papa Pal, yeah.
I'm kind of glad I covered now.
A decent sized offer trying to sell right here. Definitely a buyer on the 15.
As long as it holds below that 18, 18.5 there, we should go down, but or I would think we go down, but it's not easy.
Well, you figure right there was probably a bunch of people thinking very similar as you. Like, I'm in a short. This thing's not fucking going. It's at the low. I'm covering. We get a little bit of a pop, and then some seller comes in at 16 and starts selling this thing heavy. Well, on the way up, buyers bought 15, and it popped up to that 17.5, so they scalped a point. So weak-handed buyers bought right there and got stuck.
No, they just offered 15. They're trying to hold it. That's where the buyer was, you said. 15.
Yeah.
Now it's a seller. Now there's a seller holding it down.
Yep. People are like creatures of habit. They end up doing that themselves all the time.
Guess that was the clue. It turned 15 into an offer.
$405. Oh Lord, what are you talking? A lot of volume down here.
$15.50. Try to hold it.
The real seller's on 16
16.
half. Yeah. They just moved down once they realized that they trapped those weak-handed buyers on the 15 that second time
Yeah, they got
to get their stops, I think. Yeah. I think he's selling it a little bit higher, like 16, 17. How's that coming down here as well? It's the Dow. Yeah, they really can't lose that 18 half like you were talking about. If they lose that shit,
Yeah.
they're probably going to be fucking. You probably will get that big pop. Yeah, above. Oh, below. Oh, yeah, I see that. Yeah, like 12, 10, 9. Let's see if that spooks the market back up to that 18. Catching a little bit in financials, or healthcare actually, and financials. Tech coming down though. See the tick just hit the 0.
X breaking the or Nasdaq's breaking the lows.
Yeah, it is. Yeah. And that's you can.
Wait, the ES ain't going down though. The ES just sitting there.
It's
Comes
it's
with
Nvidia. It's Nvidia that's breaking the low. That's probably why, because Nvidia is not a big piece of the S&P.
Yeah.
My uncle say that the bots are inputs. Can you see? Yeah. Okay. So Nvidia should be in profit. Yep, some short covering there.
Yeah, I got long there at 15.
Nice.
Same spot where it bounced from yesterday. It's bounced here a lot yesterday. This is where I was thinking, come on, come a little bit lower, come a little bit lower so I can get my trade yesterday, and it just kept stalling in this area.
I don't think they want to let it get much below this 16 though. You know what I mean? It does. They might run it back down.
Yeah, those sellers need to get above 21, or the buyers need to get above 21 in order to like confirm the upside.
21.
So if it fails 21, then still good
Yeah.
for the downside. Because they
Hell,
came
the
right to
60.
18, 19. They're starting to sell it again.
Yeah, pretty much what we expected was short covering anyway. I don't know if it's real buyers.
Right. And you can see, like, besides Tommy's fucking 608 bid right there that drove the market up, there was really no other buyers in the market besides him.
Yeah.
So Tommy's like, let me put some size on here and fucking take this thing into profit.
And the most fucked up thing was, I changed every chart over to MES except one, which I executed on, which was on the ES. So fucking, it was a big trade.
Nice. Well, that's a happy mistake, I guess.
Yeah, it's 10 points, 11 points.
Yeah.
Oh, and you thought you were MES, but you're really.
Yeah, yeah. I
Oh,
went on
good.
it. Took it, so I should have been like 55. It's fucking 550. Change
Yeah.
that right now.
It's nice when it works in your favor.
Yeah, when it doesn't, though, it's the worst, mate. Especially
Yeah,
if
it
you take a
sucks.
long time building it up on the MES and then you fucking make a mistake and it's on an ES contract and fucking lose.
Yeah, and you lose all in one shot.
Yeah.
They're fighting to keep it below 16 so far. Like he's getting ready to pop to 16 this time.
Up it down?
Up. Looks like he's getting ready to pop it to the upside. But maybe not.
He knows what's good for him. He fucking down.
Yeah. I almost got short. I almost got short leaning on the 16. I didn't do anything though.
How often, Brad, when we kind of had like a drop down from the open straight through the open and down, do we come back and go back through it?
Say that again?
Like, you know, when we open and then we just go in one direction, how
Yeah.
often do we actually come back through the open, if that makes sense? I know it's hard to
I don't know.
explain.
That'd be a good statistic to look up, to be honest with you. I'm not sure though.
Because, you know, a lot of the days or some of the days we open and literally we don't come back up to it.
Right. I just need the close today to be above 25. So I could be a double winner.
What if you got an option play on?
Yeah, I got 2 options. I got a strangle.
Oh, well, when you said this would be a perfect time for a strangle, did you put one on you?
Yeah. Yesterday? Yeah, yesterday. Yeah. Yeah, I'm basically
Owl's
like
coming.
I'm strangled out like right here from like 20 to 35. So we just can't close inside here.
So what's the strangle? Short and long, but you just need it to finish within an area.
Right. I just need to finish it on either the upside of this distribution or the downside of this or like the bottom side of this distribution. Either of those will be a winner. Right. Would you say Pal's on? Oh yeah,
He's
he'll be
on a
in
10, right?
10, yeah.
Okay, that's
Grab a
just
speaker, we'll be back.
What's the housing app that they sell houses on?
Zulu or something, isn't it?
Yeah.
Something like that. It starts with a Z. There you go. You got a nice dump now.
Yes, here. Take us down to that poor low, you son of a... You know, the tough part is, right, so I'm short, obviously, and I've been short for a while, but we were down in this area last time, and I didn't cover. It came back up and actually added one on 18 quarter, And so we get back to this same spot, and it's like, damn, I was already down here once, had the opportunity to cover. Now, should I cover here, or should I just, let the play work out and get these extra 5 points? And like you decide to, you're like trying to fight your own psychology. Like, am I just being greedy, or is this not working out?
Yeah, it's a constant battle like that all the time.
Yeah.
At least you could scale though. I mean, I take one off or something.
I've been taking a couple on and off.
Yeah.
That's not. Seller's trying to move down here too. Zillow. That's what it is.
That was close.
Yeah. I was trying to fucking figure it out too. I could not.
What are you selling the house already?
No. There's a house down the street for sale for me.
I
I'm
see.
sending it to my buddy. Like, yo, this house is for sale. Fucking move here. He's getting ready to retire from the army like March next year. There's a house up for sale on West Mountain that's actually pretty nice. It's older, but it's pretty nice.
Yeah, it's nice up there too, except for that hill. You're on a hill anyway, though.
Yeah. The nice thing about that, I guess, is you can come out from both sides.
Yeah.
A really nice house, fucking way back Newton Road. It's on a creek and shit. It's super nice.
Oh, that's nice up there, like Snake Road up there.
Yeah. I want to buy that. 500,000. I'm surprised the houses are so expensive here. To be honest, like, shouldn't be.
Fun.
Yesterday's low was 1050, I think.
Roach, did you flip?
Did I flip? What do you mean?
You were in a long, right?
20 long?
Oh, I wasn't sure if you were in a long.
Oh no! Recently, no, I wasn't in nothing recently.
Oh,
So
okay.
Tommy
I was in a
long.
short. I was in a
You were in
short that I
short.
covered.
Oh.
Got it. That song that Brad is singing means he's in a short.
Yeah, he's short still.
Where are you short from?
I have bills at 17 quarter, 16 quarter, 16 quarter, and 18 quarter.
Nice.
I have one off at 13 and one off at 1050. And then I think like maybe 750 acts as some support. You're up 9 points. Good shit. The Nvidia bot should be up pretty good. Nvidia's down like $5.
Oh yeah, they're both. One AMD bot already sold, and the other bots are up. I'll just say quadruple digits between them all.
Nice.
Today's going to be a good day.
It was a good day. I'm stuck shorts at the low 9 here.
They got to get above this 10 if they want to go up. Got 1 minute to 10 o'clock, though. I mean, I'll be
Yeah.
trying to do anything. As soon as they got above that 975, that's what they're probably going to try to hold.
I just got back. Did you buy that, Brad?
No. Well, I mean, technically, I guess. Yeah, I bought one at 10.50, but it was to close it short. Now, I wanted to buy like below this 7 here, close to this 7 as possible. I guess I was pretty close. I have the PAL thing up. I don't see anybody on yet, though.
Are these guys all in the same meeting, or is it just random that they're all at the same time?
They're probably all in the same. Well, no, PAL's
preparing.
testifying, and the other guys are just talking. I mean, we'll see. I have the stream up. Once it pops up, we'll see if they're all in. It looks like 2 of them might be because it's the hearings entitled Federal Reserve Semi-Annual Monetary Policy Report. Covered another one at 10. In case we don't keep going lower.
Yeah, it's 975. I'd watch.
Yeah.
I think he's talking tomorrow too, Powell.
Yeah. Today's the Senate and tomorrow's the House, or today's the House and tomorrow's the Senate. One of them. Doing both. Video's down $10.
Oh, believe me, I know. Or believe you. Or believe me, I know.
You're short though, right? Stace,
Yeah. All the
Yeah.
bots are inputs.
Yeah.
They got in freaking right out the gate, like first
But
minute.
remember
they all got in.
what we talked about yesterday? When I said it might be time to sell semiconductors?
Yeah, the chips.
Just saying. Yep, because of the Taiwan thing. I even texted it in the group chat. Now I gotta
So we
text
hit-
James. Be like, see? I told you.
We hit the 7. I'm kind of thinking they're targeting the 4,400. Oh
Yeah,
shit!
I'm not
I
buying
love-
this. Yeah.
I'm loving my bots.
Nice when they work right away.
That's very often what they do is they get in and they go, I mean, they go a little bit negative and then they start to go positive really well. That second one got stopped out at 7.5 again. All right, well, that was a good run.
I
Rode
covered
all
the
way to
last one right here at 7.
Bots are killing it.
Good start.
I am
Good day.
50% up in one and 50% up in the other. So I'm gonna let them do their thing. They're all at target. Yeah, they're all at target. So they should eventually get out as soon as they start to see indicators that it's gonna reverse. Day was a good fucking day though. Holy cow. If this thing keeps going, it's gonna be mid quadruple digits. Oh, AMD bots got out. NVIDIA bot got out. No, both AMD bots got out. Sorry, the NVIDIA bots are still in. They both hit targets. The AMD kind of did a little bit of a bounce. I guess Nvidia did too.
Back. Yeah, I don't see that link that you sent, Thomas. Is I don't see anybody talking. It just says will begin shortly. I'm watching the news headlines to see if anything comes out.
Who cares what he says? You just want to know when he finishes.
Right. I like to see if he's gonna keep saying that they're gonna keep, if he's gonna stick to his guns and not be a little
Yeah, do
baby back
whatever it
bitch
takes.
leading into the election. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I have a feeling that he's gonna get pressured to be a little baby back bitch. Because they're gonna be like, listen, if we lose the election, you're gonna lose your job.
Oh yeah.
So better
Really,
fucking.
they'll just say if you don't do what I say, you're gonna lose your job.
Well, yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Where's that 9.5, 975? They popped it.
Yeah, they might not have started yet. Oh well. I don't think we'll listen to it anyways. It's normal. It's like it's hard to watch the test of like watch them testify because they're not saying anything that's not like pre-written. You know what I mean? They're just I did not have sexual relations with that woman. Like that's it, just over and over again. It's like fucking god damn.
Yeah, that's pretty much how it goes. The AMD sold on
Have
it.
you seen the Cat Williams stand up where he talks about Hillary Clinton? He's like he's like he's like saying that she thought she had the black vote just because of her husband. And he's like no bitch, we liked your husband. I thought that shit is funny. Cat Williams is hilarious.
I don't know that guy.
Cat Williams
Yeah.
might be a little too hood for your taste.
Oh, I gotta jump to a call.
Yeah, I never heard of him either.
You guys living under a fucking rock? Cat Williams? Like
I don't know. I know Bill Burr does one about the first ladies though, like how if I call a plumber and a plumber comes over to my house and he brings his wife, I don't want to hear what his wife has to say. I mean, she don't have a plumber, you know. Because in other words, they
yeah.
think they're depressed.
Yeah, they do have the first ladies like advocate for shit all the time too, and it's like
Yeah, and he's like, you don't know, you're not. We didn't elect you.
if this 7 continues to hold like this, we're getting a little tapering here. This could be our chance to nail this thing back up to that 20. Here. We just gotta see some give up and selling. The Nasdaq's holding a ledge here pretty decent. So if the Nasdaq gets back over 15,100, it'll probably run back up to yesterday's low. So we can probably ride that with the ES.
Looks like it. The Nasdaq has some short stuck right there at around 90.
Yeah, yep, I see that. Yeah, so let's see if these longs try to get stuck here. If you're still short and you're still trailing, you're chilling. I closed my last one, so. But you really don't want to see it get above that 9-10 level if you're short. That yesterday's low.
And Nasdaq's giving it up again.
Yeah.
Pretty weak.
And the breadth's starting to increase, and they're starting to hold this tick below zero. Weighted AD is kind of continuing down here. Like making a lower low. Really, healthcare is the only thing that's not rolling over just yet.
Look at the Nasdaq now.
Yeah, I took a long off that 5 too. That was perfect.
Yeah, it broke the low and it just ripped in a different direction.
Flatten out here at fucking 6 though.
Took the long in the Nasdaq.
No, I took it on the ES.
Oh, I want to see the ES get above 975, or like you said, that 10 area, 10 half. Hey, buddy. Come here. Come on, buddy. What are you doing down here? What are you doing down here?
Got some more shorts stuck on the 7 there. Nasdaq's above that 1510 here. 15100. If it can catch a bid. Immediately gets sold off. What's wrong with this thing? If they pop this thing over 10, we probably run straight to 20, to be honest. I don't think there's a lot of sellers that are still going to be in there. The fuck is that noise? My god.
Going.
A little bit of offering there at 12. I don't know why though.
Shorts are stuck on 11 half, looks like.
Yeah, this thing's going straight to 20. Come on. Oh, I'm just waiting for the Nasdaq to go. It just keeps struggling right here. I thought that was gonna cover up higher. Maybe these sellers are gonna be able to hold here.
Maybe the Nasdaq is just so friggin' weak. Just can't. There it goes.
Yeah, as long as it hangs up above 10, that 51,100.
Yeah, Nasdaq has some shorts stuck now. 106.
And bids above them too. Like it looks like shorts are stuck on the Nasdaq like 1590, like you were saying.
Yeah.
And then there's bids at 1595 and 1510. So if these shorts start to cover on the Nasdaq, the shorts will cover on the ES. The Dow's catching a bid right now as well. We're pretty much just holding for that 20.
I think they also got them short now on like the 105 area on the Nasdaq. They can keep it above that.
Yeah, like a reoffer there.
Yeah.
Could be profit taking too, so be careful because it could they could just be getting out of that rebound long right there. call it a mechanical beehive right off the halfback for them. Write it down, write it up. Like fucking shoots and ladders over here. See, now it's like I just want to shut my computer off and fucking go play the video. You know what I mean? Like I'm just fucking done. No reason to even sit here. That being said, if some of you guys want to do that, like let's say you hit some nice trades, don't feel obligated to hang out all day. If that's something that you find, that should be something that you track. Like if, you know, if more of your time is spent at the computer and you trade poorly, well then, you know, or shut your, if you're gonna hang, you know, shut your trading platform, lock it or something. Do something to where you can't let any emotion take control.
Put the mouse in a different room.
What are you watching?
See undercover.
One of those Raven shows. Show that you and my one. Or some other stupid show that's a waste of time. Probably. My kids watch these fucking shows, and I'm just like, my god, this is so fucking.
I used to like. Did they ever watch Henry Danger? I used to love that show.
No.
You never watched that?
No, they've been watching like.
Is that black and white?
Did you hear me, Roach?
No, I can't hear you.
Was it black and white or was that colour?
No, it was color. It was for the kids, and it was kind of like a spoof on Batman. I think the old Batman, the old '60s Batman. Is it
What one?
Captain, or what's it called? Henry Danger. Funny. I watch black and white, Tommy. I watch The Honeymooners still. Little House on the Prairie.
Watch Little House on the Prairie to warm up every day. Like sometimes you gotta shoot the dog, like, you know. When I run a sales team, that's how you fucking start it every day. Like, listen, you know, you gotta watch this. As bad as that sounds, that's like, that's, yeah, Old Yeller, yeah. But as bad as that sounds, like, you know, that's sometimes what you gotta do in life. Like, sometimes you gotta take the dog behind the shed and shoot the dog. Like, Shorts just got stuck on 13. Trying to rebid this area, but Not having too much success right there. NASDAQ came all the way back down here. Give them a second chance to buy this.
This 11.5 is where they stuck them on the way up.
Oh yeah.
A little bit more. How could it always go to your target, trade, and then pull away?
I know.
It's like
That's when the emotion kicks in. You think, fuck, is it gonna get back up there?
Ye of little faith. I said we're going to 20.
yeah, I'm back. I got out and then I got back in.
Nice.
Still in now.
They need to hold this 14 though. This 14 is a big level. They stepped up on the 14, and so if they don't continue to hold this 14, I'll probably bail. Just need to pop it above this 16.5 again. 18. 18, I think, is just a scare tactic. I think it'll run through that if we can get up there.
Yeah, now I'm all out.
Little liquidation there from the longs. Just kind of try to check the selling pressure.
So if they get below the 11.5, we'll go down. Probably go down to the lows. Or at least down 07. I'm gonna lay off a little bit though because got diamond hands so far. I don't want to get too cocky.
Well, the court system is a fucking joke. They're trying to charge my mom $7,500 just because she's not there to do it herself. That the lawyer's gonna basically saying she'll pay to appear. Bullshit, bro. It's bullshit that you even have to have a lawyer to go to court. To be honest, like, especially in like public matters, like crime. I guess that makes sense because you're not really gonna know the law. But the judge should just be able to make a decision based on the two people's arguments, and they shouldn't have to take a lawyer to figure that out. It's fucking bullshit.
Yeah, well, I guess like a magistrate, we don't need a lawyer.
Yeah, you guys have the magistrate here, yeah.
Yeah.
Morning, Rom. Yep. No feed from Ninja? Is anyone using Ninja? Not, and it's not working.
I'm using Ninja, it's fine.
And not a good look right here for them to get back below 14 again.
Yeah. Still getting stuck on 11.5 yet, though. If they re-offer the 14.
Nasdaq's back down below that 15,100 level as well.
Yeah.
Dow's still looking pretty okay though. Healthcare really holding it together.
Brad, what's the figure like of actual like roughly amount of trades which actually go through? It's crazy when you see the DOM how much and you think how much money of each of these contracts is.
Oh, I can't even imagine. And these are the minis.
Yeah, right.
Like there's micros, there's like regular contracts.
What's the difference? Is it 10 times the mini, the normal?
The regular contract, yeah.
That's crazy. So you move in like 500 a point.
500 a point, yep.
That's nuts.
Is he super low to you too, Brad, or is it just me?
Oh, he's a little bit low, but I mean I can hear him.
Let me turn this shit up for you, Roach.
Yeah, no, I can't really hear you at all. That's all right. It's nice. Nice break.
How about
Maybe
now?
if
That
I
bit
had-
better?
Yeah, that's way better. I was gonna say maybe if I put an earpiece in, I'd hear you because I don't have the ear thing in. But
Yeah, not being able to hear me is probably a good thing, mate. I'll only be trying to wind you up anyway.
no, I can hear you real good now. Perfect. What'd you
Unlucky.
change?
Yeah, I turned the volume up. It was getting like background noise, so I turned it down a bit. But obviously, when I was on, I wasn't with old people, so they could hear me still. How are you looking at this right now, Brad? Just a battle down at the previous day's low to stay above or below?
Yeah, I'm kind of looking at that 14 level. Like buyers need to be above that 14 if they're going to get anything going. But as long as we remain below 17, the market's still kind of weak. And with the Nasdaq coming down, like I've flattened out my position earlier, but I don't really like buying this market unless the Nasdaq's above that 1500 or 15100. Just because of how much strength the Nasdaq has right now. I really wasn't even looking at the chart, to be honest. I was reading an article.
If they could hold it below this 12.5, I think they're gonna break this 11.5 now.
Yeah, tech's nearly 30% of the S&P now.
Yeah. It's crazy.
Held it.
Like if Apple has a down day, if like Apple, Microsoft, and Google have a down day, the market's probably going down. Or if Apple and Microsoft
Yeah.
have a down day, market's probably going to go down. So it's like, it's really tough to try to fight that. Especially, I mean, we've got healthcare trying to do what it can.
It's like a weight
But
on your back, right? Doing a run with weight on your back if you're trying to trade the opposite direction.
exactly.
I think, yeah, I've got it here. Apple's 7.5% of total, and Microsoft's 7. So you think that's like what, nearly 50? That's basically 15% of the whole market just in those 2 stocks.
Right. And everything else under that's like 2% or lower. But like those two
Yeah,
stocks right there it's just crazy.
Amazon's doing all right. It's 3%, and then
3%.
like you said, yeah, Amazon's 3%, and then the next biggest one now is Nvidia at 2.6.
Yeah, Nvidia's on a fucking tear from hell. That's why I think like they can afford the downside a bit. Huh?
Yeah, you could knock off like 0.5% and it'd still have more percent than Google. But obviously they've got two stocks, don't they, Google?
Yeah, Google has two. So like if you
So
look up how much
combined,
is
they're
Nvidia
about
up for the
4.
year? Yeah, combined they're about 4%. I don't even track the GOOG. I just track the L. I just imagine that they're probably exactly this. Yeah, see, Nvidia's up 192%. So like even if you knocked off like 50%, it'd still be up 150%. You know what I mean? So like Nvidia can afford to fucking take a bath a little bit.
What is such the big rise in Nvidia? What is it that's caused it?
It's the tension between the US and China and Taiwan. And so this weekend we kind of saw the cooling of that, even though they put out some bearish news. But the way that it read was different. I was reading some of the articles. I was reading more bullish, and so like in a bullish sense, I mean like it was reading more that the tensions are cooling rather than rising. Whereas the article's headline kind of made it be like, oh,
Yeah, the
fucking
guy, but that was doing the headline as whoever the guy you sent over to speak to China gives the go ahead for them to invade Taiwan.
yeah, exactly. And then but like the article read like saying that we're more on board and kind of understanding of what's going on. So it didn't seem like that was the case. And so for me, like bullish news over there seems like. Hang on a second. Hello?
Anybody hear anything on Powell? Is he talking or did he stop? Or
It's crossed off on my chart thing, so that normally means it's finished, but
oh,
I'm
okay.
not sure, not 100%.
Thomas said he's talk. He might. I don't know if he means he's still talking or. Yeah, he's still talking. He said. Maybe being crossed off, Tommy, means it started.
Yeah, the time's just started. Yeah, you might be right.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's probably just done on a time thing. Like when it turns the time, it crosses it off.
Yeah.
Yeah, both the market cap in Amazon and Nvidia, both $1 trillion now. Crazy.
Yeah, that is crazy.
Imagine getting in on them and like when it was like $1, a couple dollars or so.
A sore subject for my uncle. I think he had Nvidia at like cheap.
I had Apple at $87 before it split 5 times too. Split 5 ways since then.
Oh, that's crazy. Um, Amazon actually attained 1 trillion market capitalization in 2020. It even approached 2 trillion in 2021, but its valuation dropped 1 trillion in late 2022.
Wow.
So basically half their market cap they lost.
That's the thing. We could all say, "Oh, geez, imagine buying it low and just keeping it forever." But you got to watch your market, your value go up and down so much. You'd be nuts. Unless you sold calls, you could always cover calls and shit like that. That's
Yeah, you
usually
never know. You never know when it's the top, do you?
No, but the big money, like I say, they'll sell puts and covered calls and whatnot, protect themselves. Hire somebody that knows what they're doing, do it.
Just watch the trade vet stream every day, and then you'll know.
Yeah.
I pretty much fucking nail it lately.
Starting to get that championship attitude, Brad. You can't lose.
Yeah, and then I'll get fucking wiped one day. I got smacked pretty good last week. The Nasdaq hit me for like negative 2K on one of my trades. I'm still aware of how the fucking ruler feels.
$15.5, they got some buyers stuck there.
The best thing you can do, like for long-term investing, like if you see a company and you like that company, you buy some far out of the money at the money calls. You know what I mean? So like if we're here, let's say we like, what's a company that's not like super high up that we like? Let's just say Tesla, right? Tesla. You're a big believer in Tesla. December 2025, it's definitely going to be, over 270 bucks, right? Well, right now it's trading at 270. So to buy 100 shares, right, you need 27K. Okay. Well, to buy 100 shares here for 2025 at the same price, you only need 9,900. What's a better deal here? You know what I mean? This is gonna, let's say Tesla goes to 400. So this call that you have is gonna go to a delta of, let's see here, a delta of, how many is that in? That's like one standard deviation in. So let's go 60, a delta of 88. So it's gonna be worth 15K. So it's almost gonna be double your money if it gets to 400. And that doesn't matter if it's before December 2025. It's the same price. So that's
And
like,
if you closed out before it got to the actual strike price, would you still be closing in profit because you're close to it?
yeah, like if you bought these ones. But the thing is, when it comes to these long dated ones, you want to buy these closer to the money. I mean, you could buy some leaps, like some of these far out ones, but you're better off just paying the extra premium for this long amount of time, because then even if Tesla, like let's say it goes up and down, but it's like still relatively at the same price, your premium is still
You
going
got
to
so
be
much to buy.
similar. Yeah.
Yeah, but it's not like decaying over time so quickly.
Right. Yeah, because the theta is real low, -6 cents. So it's basically like not shit every day.
Came down, tested that bottom side of that balance on the volume profile there and just chopping around in the middle now.
And
Yeah,
I
they're
just
going to
gotta
try
get
to
above
hold
that
15 and a
17.
half here. 15 and a half, even 16.
We long, we short, sing on hands. Well, this is kind of a 50-50 spot, right? This is what we talked about earlier, how this is kind of like a 50-50 spot. I'm kind of leaning to the upside right here. I think we are going to go back and test this shelf right here at this 20 area. But we took a short initially. We covered at 7, then took a long at 550, and well, I guess where'd the last one get filled at? Covered the last one at 1475. So, and now I'm not in trade at all. But if I had to be, I would be long. But it's a kind of a 50-50 spot here too, so that's the thing. That's why I'm more or less just gonna put nothing. That's all I've been reading. It keeps me distracted from forcing my will upon the market. The only thing really that's like holding me out of this long is the Nasdaq is just kind of continuing to not go up. It's not really going down, and the Dow is going up, but the Nasdaq is just like holding us down. So it's like almost like building pressure. But you figure like that's a, like Tommy was saying, it's like a weight on your back when you're on a run. Eventually that shit's gonna catch up to you, and all it takes is the Dow to just get a little bit weak, and then everything's already selling. So then even the people that aren't selling the Nasdaq, then they start to sell the Nasdaq, and fucking mess starts. And you got fucking milk spilled everywhere.
If the Nasdaq could break its low at the same time the ES could try to break this 11.5, you might get a little run to the downside. They could both be on the same page,
Yeah. I just wanted to
I
go up
agree
so
with
bad.
it. They agree about trying to get long. It's hard to get long when the Nasdaq sucks so bad.
It'd be nice to just get like a pop up to like that 26 and then to sell the 26. It's like you want to get short here too, but you also like, what's the Nasdaq gonna do? Is the Nasdaq gonna fuck me?
Yeah.
I'll be back. I'm gonna get some ice. Nasdaq broke its low.
Yeah. Grab a coffee.
Let's see, the tick hit a big sell right there.
Yeah, that was one of those Peter Resnicek trades playing out right there. Where the AD starts at a low or a high. By the time it comes back to the zero line, often you get a bounce.
Yeah.
Came to the zero to and come down. Do you only use the weighted AD, Brad?
Or what?
Just like, do you have a normal AD chart up, or you just use
Oh
the
yeah.
weighted
Oh,
one?
the normal AD is right here. This line.
Oh, okay, got ya. Cool.
Yeah. It's just weighted. This is the weighted one, and then it's unweighted. I'm trying to long from right here. Oh, we got it. Yeah, it acts at this 12 level.
Noble question? A weird way to word it.
What?
I said that's a noble question. By talking. Oh, you aren't listening to the Fed speak, or are you listening to the hearing?
Oh no, I'm not. No. So offer came back in at that 10. They're gonna try to squeeze that up to the 12 there.
You just flatten out straight away as soon as you see that, Brad.
Yeah. Yeah, as soon as it just comes in and you can't get above it, and then especially when you see that bid get stuck above it. So like this offer came in and it went like this and then went down. Now you see the bid stuck above it, you're just like, oh fuck.
Oh yeah. The seller was basically stronger at that point,
Right, exactly.
especially with the size as well.
I try it again though. I like the same level. I like this 850 level. Trying to offer lower now. You can't. If these sellers lose the 8, we probably do run to 12. They're kind of trying to flip is what it looks like. Like the people that were buying before at that 8 are selling their 8 now for break even, basically. That just means they're kind of weak-handed. Oh, that 1050 was a fucking low. That's right where we got offered off. That's mechanical too. We'll have to remember that. So some weak-handed shorts in control right now, but the Nasdaq's taking us lower. The Dow's kind of trying to give up as well. So now what we know by that is basically there needs to be a bid above 1050 if this thing is going to get any upside. If not, then well, can probably go to 4,000, I guess.
Yeah, the volume kind of just falls off down there, doesn't it? At the bottom.
Yeah.
On the composite profile.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, so they need to fucking bid this thing back up above 1050 or else they're going to be fucked. The euro's on a tear. The only replacement for the dollar. Yeah, the euro's looking good today. See if this Nasdaq can hold this lower distribution. It's low. It's low. Nasdaq's last chance down here is like 1500 basically. 15,000. Gets below 15,000 then. And fucking gonna roll. Shorts covered again right there in the same spot. Interesting. Was there a headline on the PAL news?
No, it's just random speaking. Well, I don't know if there's a headline, but there's not. Nothing was really said that was major.
So here's that 10. This was a mechanical level. If they don't reoffer this, so there's a big reoffer right there on the 9/4. They can't hold this thing down. It gets back above 10. Get that short covering again.
When you see a bigger order get skipped over, is that often you'll get a bigger, like more covering?
Yeah, you just got to look to see if they reoffer right behind it. Like so, like
Right, just if
like
they can
right,
get it a little bit cheaper.
yeah, like they've sold this 9 like 700 lots, and it came down, and then now they're selling it again. It gets up. There's a bid trying to step up above it. And what I like to look for is, does it go a point in either direction? And if it does, what happens there? So there, you're seeing a little bit of a reoffer here from sellers. A little bit of bids stepping up, but not quite yet. So it comes back down. Tests it. Bid steps up. We get to go.
Comes to 11. Holy cow, that was.
And then you get that little bit extra sauce because there was so many people offering there, right?
Exactly. And the people that sold the 1050 before too, covering. Now you look to see if they buy or they reoffer. So see that reoffer that comes in at 10 quarter? So maybe some shorts got shaken out right there, but these guys aren't done shorting. At least that's what they're telling us. Now it becomes to the point where, well, who's really got the, like, just because you're not done shorting doesn't mean that I'm not done letting you short, so to speak. If that makes sense. See the big
Say that
bid
again,
steps
sorry?
up. So like imagine, like, so they came back down and they reoffered below, right? And then a bid came in at 9, stepped up, and then another bid tried to come in at 10. We see the offer come in at that 11 quarter. This is probably where we'll see the reaction. But so these guys are saying, you know what, I'm not done selling, because we're short time frame traders, right? We're inside initial balance. We can't assume there's any really large players. Volume's pretty light, so it's just really day traders just fighting each other. Well, bids have stepped up, right? And they're like, you know what, we're fucking done letting this thing go lower. We put in a poor low. You guys had your fun. You couldn't break it. Now it's our turn. And so, but these guys say, no. I'm not done selling. But what can happen is more buyers just show up to the party, and then this thing revises to the mean here, because the longs aren't willing to part with their size, and they start like kind of adding in. That makes sense.
Yeah, I got you. Makes sense. Yeah.
Basically, they strong arm them.
Well, like, I don't think anyone really has any advantage. It's just like, it seems like there's more buyers in the market today than sellers. And I know that's like, well, that's not how it works. But sometimes, sometimes like that can just be overwhelming.
If
Where
there's
it's
no
just,
other sides, right? As well,
well,
if
like,
there's no sides traders as well.
like there's a buyer for every seller, right? But like, just because I'm a buyer right here, I could be closing a short position. I could be a new buyer, right? So there's different types of buyers. And so what it seems like today is that buyers are just like, okay, well, you had your fun, you got to sell it, but I'm not selling this anymore. I've got my long, and I'm gonna hold it, right? And so it would have to get to a capitulation point for that liquidation, right? For these longs to say, you know what, I don't like it anymore. I've got to get out of it. And so until we get to that point, which that point is, probably below this 4,400, right? So 4,400. Until we get below that level, buyers are still willing to be like, you know what, this thing's still above 4,400. I'm still above 4,400. And kind of be about that life, so to speak. Fucking allergies are killing me.
I have a meeting. I'll be back.
There. buyers need to step up right here. Like right at this 13.15, 13.50. Because they've already popped this, like tapped this level twice, so now it's turning into support. This is where they need to break above this volume nodule, 15.16 here. And that's right where the offer was at last time too. But if they can't hold this 13, then there is probably a little bit of a break down.
He said, she will see what time.
Swimming?
Yeah,
Okay.
and she won't execute. Stay as well.
Are they wondering or are you wondering? Okay. Okay, sounds good.
Is that a PA, Brad?
What's that?
Is that a personal advisor?
Yeah, my son. Yeah. I got so much shit going on. People gotta come get my opinion on everything.
Is the volume quite light today?
Yeah.
Yeah. Just looking just at the footprint, just there's not a lot of thousands on there at all. They're mostly all in hundreds.
Well, you could tell just by looking at the book here, like if you look at the DOM, like you got like 50 lot orders, 60, 70, like, you know, they're not even all hundreds.
You mean the
So-
traded ones or the ones in the book?
The resting ones, yeah, the ones in the book.
Yeah. So
Offer trying to come in on 13 here. Just get this nice bid above 13, 14. We are one time framing lower here. Check below the B low. Breath's not really increasing though.
I got 45 on the top. 4 min.
45 on the top of what?
Would you count that B, C, D, kind of like a 45?
Oh yeah, 45-degree angle. Yeah.
Yeah, there's not even a single. There wasn't even a single 100 in the book for 10 rows.
Yeah. It's pathetic. Yeah, are you watching that, Thomas? Oh, it's just the same old fucking pre-practice speech.
Yeah, you might have to go and check in on Stan Kroenke for me over there, Brad.
Who?
Stan Kroenke, the Arsenal's owner.
What's he from?
Yeah, he's American, bro. He owns a lot of sports franchises, but he's been pumping loads of money in recently, and they've been winning it. All his teams have been winning over there in the US. Let me double check. I think he won the Super Bowl.
He owns the won the Super Bowl. I don't even remember.
He owns and he owns Denver Nuggets in basketball. They won something, didn't they?
Yeah, they just won the NBA championship.
Yeah, and then he owns
Oh, the Rams.
the Rams. Yeah,
Damn, he owns the Nuggets, the Rams, the Avalanche.
yeah, and he owns Arsenal too. But he's fucking tight ass. Pumps all his money into American sports, but nothing into ours.
Oh, he owns Arsenal too?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Oh shit. Can't damn, this guy's rich as fuck.
Yeah, and his wife's the daughter of the guy who owns Walmart.
Hmm.
I think he's worth like 9 billion. She's worth 9 billion as well, I think.
Jesus.
but we're struggling to get like 100 mil deals over the line. It's ridiculous.
Inflation, bro.
Yeah, what do you not have it over there? Didn't he build like crazy? Didn't he move the Rams? Just take them out of the area and move them to a complete different area?
Yeah, and he had to pay a big ass fine for it, like $500 million.
And made like the stadium's supposed to be crazy though, right?
Oh yeah, my uncle went to the stadium, and he said it was fucking nuts. These, these American football players are trying to get those European football contract numbers.
Are they?
Yeah.
I saw he signed someone for his team it was like the biggest deal that's been done. I can't remember who it was. Apparently he's was it in NFL or NBA? Who's the best player in NFL right now?
Oh shit. Oh, that's tough. Patrick Mahomes is, I mean, he's pretty damn good. Nobody on the Rams though. That's for
I'll
sure.
find it.
These offers seem to be coming in the same spot that they were coming in this morning during B period at this 8-7 area.
Nikola Jokic.
Oh yeah, he's basketball.
Yeah, him. He
Yeah, he's probably
signed
the best in the NBA.
Supermax deal worth over 270 mil. Largest contract in NBA history.
Yeah, he's a freak, and he doesn't even give a shit about the money. He just wants to be back in Serbia with his horses.
Yeah, all the players that got right now, a lot of them are going to Saudi Arabia. They're offering them crazy deals, like 10 times their wages over there.
I think that
And you think
Saudi.
they're already on crazy wages. Like I think Benzema, who just moved from Real Madrid to Saudi, he was on what 250. So he's on like what 2 mil a week right now. It's crazy.
Damn. Yeah, I wonder where they're getting all this money. I mean, I guess oil money, but all of a sudden they just have like fucking. They're just buying everything. I feel like they've always had oil money. How come they haven't been buying shit before?
Yeah, and they spend a lot of it as well.
Yeah, because they live pretty lavish lifestyle. You see them always in like fucking Ferraris and shit. Bugattis.
Bugatti.
Yeah. These allergies are fucking shit. They're selling heavy here, this 7-8 level. So if it gets back above the 7 level and you're riding a short right now, just be careful holding because it might get a pop above the 7. 7. I'll be right back. Yeah, the market could just be like in a holding position until Powell decides to stop talking. To me, it just looks like shorts are being so aggressive and just really not getting anywhere. I mean, the market is lower, and we are starting to see volume come in lower here. But like, I feel like every time we make a move lower, then we just run up higher, and then make a little tiny move lower, and then another run up higher, and it's like they need to get this thing back below that 4,400. Starting to see the breadth increase to the downside. The weighted AD starting to come down. You can see tech, you know, Apple's making a new low right now, Microsoft as well. NASDAQ also. You feel like the selling is there, like we should be trading lower. Consumer discretionary. Is that Tesla? Yeah, Tesla's taking a fucking beating. They're down 5%.
Brad, what's the QQQ?
NASDAQ.
Oh, okay, cool.
Short covering. Ton of shorts just covered.
Yeah, every time we come down there, it's like the volume just fades off and we just cover back up.
Yeah, bunch of weak ass motherfuckers. Ooh, NASDAQ's starting to catch a little bit of a bid here as well. Mechanical selling on that T1 low. Even the B high is mechanical. Right off the Globex low. That's kind of why I've just been thinking like they're just gonna short cover this thing back up into that gap.
Yeah, and overnight is on that move down. It's all mechanical. What do you
Inside of
call
this
it again?
triangle.
When it just keeps playing off the off like obvious points.
Mechanical, yeah.
No, when it does it like more than once.
Oh,
Keeps doing it.
sequencing.
Yeah, sequencing. So the higher there's a poor high, then T came up half back of S, U came up half back of T, V they're all half backs or
From the overnight
everything.
session?
Yeah.
Yeah, the overnight session's always like that though.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah.
Well, there's just so
overnight
many
session.
weak hands.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like everyone trading at night is like fucking has their eyes closed. Yeah, the EU closes in 8 minutes. True, that's true. And if they're short, then a little bit of short covering coming in.
Yeah, that was more or less a turning point yesterday.
Yeah, that low, pretty much. Yeah, it just came down, tapped, and then went back up. Yeah. So I was gonna do-
I'll go grab a drink. I'll be back.
Yeah, the Dow does look a lot stronger. Dow's almost at its Globex point of control too. Oh, guys, I think I just figured something out. Makes life a little easier. It's all just, just those things that we can do to make life just that much easier. You know what I mean? And nice. Try to flip. This kind of accurately, I mean, I'm gonna have to back test this. So I'm not gonna leave it on it, and I'll back check it later today. Um, this is the tick, right? It's not gonna give us any of our markings about oversold or overbought, but it is gonna make it a little bit easier to see the highs and the lows, the turning points of the tick. And what we can do to make it even see. Yeah, I am in a long, yes. You have a script for the tick like ADD combines nicely Nasdaq and the Russell. How how do you like it? I don't really track the Russell, to be honest. Nice. Use it on toss. Sure. My target is 20. Yeah, 20. 20, I think you could see a reoffer there. Like maybe sellers start to come in up there, so I don't want to get too over anxious. Oh yeah, for sure, Rob. Of course, always. Paul said we would not support a central bank digital currency for individuals. Paul says if we did have CBDC, it would be intermediated by banks. So the same thing now then. Tommy, are you in here? $35? Definitely could. I could go all the way up. I just took one off at the 20 right there. So I've got one left. That was a pretty beefy position. I'd like to see it close above 25. That'll make me a double winner. So. Just paste it in the Discord, Rob.
All right,
Oh,
all right.
wherever. Posting in
Yeah,
futures. What's that?
bit of movement. Yeah.
Yeah. No, I was gonna tell you. I said today would have been one of those days where I told Jared that the market was gonna go to 20, and he blew an account before we got there, and then blamed it on me. It's definitely one of those days. He said that he'll, maybe eventually come back to trading, is what he said.
Yeah, it'll be good, man.
You think we're going back down to 14, doped? Yeah, pretty decent offers came in up there, so.
Some decent bids as well that got jumped. Over 500 up there, 516.
Yeah.
So the bigger that is, Brad, and you see it still get jumped over, do you treat that as that they must be pretty strong up there?
Right.
Like sellers. Yeah, cool. And then when you get
That
the
was
gaps
from
on
that one was
one
from
side.
earlier though. That we didn't trade the 2150.
Oh, okay, cool. All right, cool. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then when you see the little gaps, would they just be kind of like if you had a footprint, it'd be 0 prints? You know, where it skips
like
a
right
level.
here.
Sometimes when it skips levels, yeah.
That just means that like it traded traded a low number of contracts. Like see now it traded 25. It just means like it traded a low number of contracts and they just lifted it all the way through. So maybe not a
So
maybe not a
it's so
zero,
quick,
but
they didn't have a chance to trade it.
Okay. fucking hate allergies.
We got hay fever.
I don't know. Allergies are setting in late this year because, like, well, it was a weird year here. You know, winter was like not really cold, and then weather can't decide if it wants to be hot or cold here.
What are you taking? Some antihistamine.
That shit gives you Alzheimer's, bro.
Bro, I don't take anything for anything. Is that really? Is that what it's been proven? Has that
Yeah.
been proven? Has it?
If you like, I mean, it's not like if you take it one time, you're gonna get it, but
If you're having to constantly use it, yeah, got you.
like all medicine, you know, like picking up fucking Motrin, your stomach will go to shit. If you take enough Tylenol, your liver will get fucked up. Like, all about gluttony. Fucking abuse anything, it's just gonna fuck you up. That's pretty much with
Yeah,
everything.
and not work as well. I have to start taking like double the amount you used to have to take for it.
I just stick to my hydrogen peroxide. Just fucking take a little hydrogen peroxide, put it in a little humidifier, and just like breathe that shit in. Weird. Feel sick, gargle some hydrogen peroxide. You get a cut, pour hydrogen peroxide on it. For everything. Thanks, Rob.
Could have done with a little bit more excess on the low, and then we would have had a was forming like a perfect bell curve.
Yeah. Yeah. More buying instead of just short covering. Bitcoin's almost at 30,000 though.
How's the monkey coin going?
Oh, I haven't checked in days. Let's see.
Yeah, that's the worrying thing with crypto. If I can go back 2 days later, you
Oh, it's
fucking
fucking
it's
doing
gone.
terrible. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's doing bad. Oh well. It was worth it.
You have more chance than a lottery ticket, that's for sure.
Yeah. And if Elon's pumping this one, did me a solid with Doge. You know, eventually he'll start pumping this monkey token.
Once he finally gets that rocket going. He was meant to be putting that the Doge fucking thing on the rocket, weren't he? The logo.
Yeah.
Doge
He
to the
even,
moon.
he even reshaped one of the rockets to look more like a penis, he said. He said that in an interview. Like he did it on purpose. Because he thought it was funny. He's a fucking clown, bro. He doesn't give a fuck. He's funny. He cracks me up. He's the richest guy in the world.
Yeah, but apparently he does crazy hours.
Oh. Yeah, he probably doesn't sleep.
Yeah, he's definitely got something that will help him with the fucking sleep as well. So they, you know what I mean? They can fucking have minimal sleep and get maximum rest.
Yeah, like some sedation.
He sleeps in some chamber or something. Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm a fucking vampire.
Yeah, when he's ready to sleep, he goes to the doctor and he's like, "All right, give me some propofol." Fucking
Yeah,
just
you
right
you
out.
think you can? He's smart enough to fucking build a rocket to go there. I'm pretty sure he have some idea of ways to help his body.
Yeah, and he like is friends with Joe Rogan, so he knows all those. Because Joe Rogan's into all the science for anti-aging and stuff. So
Yeah.
sure, he introduced Elon to those people, and Elon's like, "Yeah, I'll take that."
Yeah, apparently one of the best things you can do is just not drink tap water. Apparently that's one of the best things, changes you can make.
Because of fluoride.
Yeah. Even sometimes here in the UK, if I run a bath, sometimes I can smell like the chlorine in the fucking air.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? You go into like my missus will run a bath, I'll go in there and I'll be like, "What? It's fucking stinks like chemicals."
Yeah, see, that's crazy that they can put that in our water.
Yeah, and then majority of our body's water, so that's what we're filling it with.
Yeah, and your body absorbs that shit too. Like the skin is the biggest organ in the human body.
Did you hear they want to add lithium to our water?
All right, Zoe, catch you later. Really? Lithium?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yeah, get that extra power. Knock the monsters
Oh.
on the head. Knock the fucking energy drinks on the head. Just fucking have a glass of tap water.
Lithium's like what they give fucking people that have bipolar disorder.
Exactly.
Like schizophrenia and shit. Like everybody just chill out.
Chill the fuck out.
That'd be insane. They'd have to disclose that.
They're like, oh, don't worry about it. It's just minute. Minute.
But you need to drink. Then I say, but by the way, make sure you're drinking 3 liters a day.
Yeah.
Say they're trying to help with current day anxiety.
That's why they're gonna put it in the water?
Yeah.
Put it in the water.
Mm-hmm.
What if we don't have that? Like, what the fuck?
Exactly.
Like, listen, you guys are fucked.
Well, now you're definitely not gonna have it. Prevention.
Proactive.
Just pray they don't get away with it.
They'll try it out somewhere else before they put it in the United States.
Yeah, and it will be where they'll tell someone that it will be in an area where they can't drink the water, and they'll say we'll clean your water for you.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh God.
Like Palau. I remember we actually went to Palau because they didn't have fresh water there. Like, you couldn't drink their water. So, maybe that's the place.
Yeah, I remember one. I can't remember if it was in America. He was saying about how the water from this river where they was getting the water was clean. So he went there and he's on a boat and he puts the glass in and takes like drinks the water out the river, and then like the next 2 or 3 days after he came down like seriously ill, and he's like, "Trust me, you can drink this water. Look, I'm drinking it." And then he got really ill.
No, fuck that.
He was like the mayor or something. I can't remember where that was.
Is Powell done speaking? Is this like sideways action because of him? What's going on?
I don't know. I'm not seeing any more things coming out from him.
Oh yeah, it was India. Indian politician drinks water from holy river to prove it's clean. Now hospitalized.
Oh man.
with severe stomach aches and alleged hospital. Yeah, with an infection.
I think a lot of India has like um, wide classes, like between like the lower class and the middle class, or the lower class and the upper class. Like it's like real like in India, I think like not very many people have a lot of the money.
Yeah, few people have it all.
Back to 17. I think there's some stuck longs up at 17. It looks like shorts just got stuck back on that 12 half 13. So as long as they keep holding that, 7. Yeah, if they can break down below this 12, 7 would be the spot, I think. Because that's where the stuck shorts start, down at 7.
Let's just break 4 and let's go.
I know we're coming back down, bro, but does it it's more of a bullish sign, right? That majority of the volumes inside yesterday's range, and we had the kind of poor low.
Not really. To me, I'm kind of looking at it like this, like, if we were to like merge this to like a single day, it would just kind of be like the double distribution. So for me, it seems like we had acceptance here, we moved lower, and now we're getting acceptance here. So like on a bigger scale, I would say it's more bearish than anything.
All right, every
Um,
time it's coming up, it's testing the weak spot between the
right.
distributions and coming back down. Got you.
And so I think really the only spots that you can play are like these edges. Because in here, really, it could be 50-50. It could be either way, to be honest. But as far as the day goes itself, I think you're right. Like it is a little bit more bullish because they're kind of unable. Like we're seeing supply kind of shut off at lower prices. But buyers need to hold it inside yesterday's low. So that's where the flip zone kind of goes. Like if we get below this 10 half, it starts to become more bearish. But above this 10 half, it's a little bit bullish. And above 16, this top of this distribution becomes a lot more bullish, up to like 28, 26, where then you get like another flip zone up there. You see for rejection or you see for acceptance higher, and then back to the other distribution, because this is like the low of like the bigger distributions, just this one. So this is like an unfair high / unfair low area. Unfair high for this distribution that we're currently in, unfair low for the distribution above. Zach's coming back down. This thing kind of fucked up the study. It's not gonna.
Do you think there's just no real size at the moment because on the last few days? Because I mean, yesterday we were having poor highs, poor lows, sequencing. Same again today.
Yeah, it just seems like summertime.
Yeah.
It's like someone's like, listen, we got the market all the way up here. This is your job during the summer. Get me out of these. Get me out of these at a fair position. And they're like, I want to see some profit when I get back. I don't want to give back too much of my gain. So it's like they're selling. They don't want to get too crazy and spook the market lower. They want to be able to
Because
profit.
they've got too much to sell. Yeah, I got you. They want to sell at a higher price.
Right. That bid on the 11 there, 300 lots. These sellers need to get down and sell through that 11 where that bid is at if they want to get some oomph and get over this ledge, because there's kind of like a little ledge right there at the 1050, right? Kind of see that? When you
Yeah,
look
yeah, I
at the
can see
volume
it.
profile? Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, I can see. Yeah.
Yeah, see, they can't get it, so
So
they
what do you
set the
think? Hey,
call.
it's someone with size just thinks, fuck it. I'm gonna make a little bit here. Just
Yeah, well, I
chase
think
it.
someone's front running the trapped shorts. Like there's shorts stuck down here, like that 7 and below, and then there's shorts stuck here, in that 1050 and below. Not a ton of shorts stuck here below the 10, but
Enough for them to get a pop with not having to use too much size when the market's so thin, though, right?
right. Yeah, I think most people are stuck at below the 7. And then we got that kind of weak sign, right, where we had like a 300 lot sitting on 11, and
And we didn't
they
even
couldn't even
trade it.
trade it.
Yeah.
So that's a number to write down, 11. But 1050, 11, I mean, pretty much 6. Yeah, back.
hard to believe the Fed is still talking. Still
He's still
appearing.
on?
Yeah, it's still going.
They just keep asking him
I
shit.
mean, well, they just doesn't even shut up. Dang it, I had my stop too tight. Son of a bitch. Is Fed now a payment system, payment method? Does anyone know what that is?
What is it?
Interbank pay. The Fed now is an interbank payment system. He's being grilled on Fed now, which is, I don't know what it is.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Are you in this long?
Yeah, I just have one lot on.
What was your entry?
575.
Nice.
Well, there's a couple down there, but yeah. That's my highest entry, and then the only one that I have left. Same trade I've been in. I've been in this trade since 1107. This guy said, they said, what's something that's overpriced yet people still buy it? Fucking everything? You're a dumb fuck? What a stupid ass question is that? Like he's trying to say that about the market. The market's overpriced, but so like he's saying there shouldn't be any buyers in here, but still buying cars, people still buying fucking food, people still buying fucking iPhones. Like, you fucking idiot. It's that kind of thinking that gets people fucked up in the market. Because they're like, oh, this thing can't keep going up, and then they just fucking get themselves wrecked. And I'm not saying like today necessarily, but like it's like, you know, people get like addicted to the market coming down. It's just crazy.
Yeah, when the majority of the time it's actually just going up.
Yeah, for the most part, yeah. Like, I
It's so
mean,
easier just to stick to that side or think
if
that way, or just wait for it to come down and buy it rather than constantly trying to sell it.
yeah, like if you're patient enough, this is fucking, like if we look at the ES, or even let's look at the SPX.
Any of that stuff you look on in a high times frame, it's just like a fucking nice trend up.
And if you go like max available, where's the fuck? If you measure these times for down period, you went from like March 2000 to March 2003 to the very low, right? But you had up months in here. Then you go October 2007 to the very low, March 2009, March 2010 to July 2010. Like, I mean, like, just for the most part, like, the market shit just gets more expensive. So, like,
The ranges just get bigger.
it just blows my mind that people think like that, or like say shit like that. So
Because they say stuff like that because they there's a term
they're fucking
they
dense. That's what it is.
no no they're
It's like
creating they're preying on insecurity of short time market traders. That's what they're doing. They're preying on their insecurity.
But this guy's a trader. He's a short-time trader.
That's what I'm saying. But
Uh,
he's maybe he's just getting long and wants to see them run it up, and he's like, the more people I can convince to get short or whatever.
I think he's stuck short, like from a lot lower.
help.
Yeah, and he's like, why are people buying overpriced shit? It's like, you ever bought a pair of shoes that cost $100? Yeah. Like, oh, overpriced. Like, you can't tell me that a pair of fucking sneakers at Reebok cost more than
Well, yeah, and you have
$17 to manufacture.
and you have the option to buy the cheaper one too, and they still should pick the more expensive one. So it's just a stupid like, thing to say.
Yeah.
Like
Like
there would be
it,
no such thing as business if they didn't mark anything up.
you know,
Like, no
and
one
it's
would make
like,
any money. You know what I mean?
yeah, you fucking go ahead and move over to fucking communism in China, and then you'll have exactly what you're talking about. But that's who our competitors are. You know what I mean? Like those are the other people that are trading the market. And that's what's nice that they do post stupid shit like that, because then you get to see human psychology. Because this guy's sitting at his computer with his fucking 100,000 followers, and he's like,
Watching it go up.
"Well, what the fuck's going on?" Yeah.
He's probably down there where it started gapping up and stuff.
Oh, I'm sure. I'm sure. Well, I'm actually almost positive. Probably scroll back on the tweets too, and they're probably there. You know who has been pretty dead on is Jason Shapiro. It's been pretty dead on for the most part.
Yeah, we didn't even test back into that gap really, other than one day, the day where we opened up on that gap, and then we just balanced much higher.
Yep.
And then didn't we gap up before that as well?
And this contract still has that cap. Like this contract, if you scroll back to the beginning of it, this gap is still here. So that highlighter here, there's a big gap down here. 43.92.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking at.
Now
There
we're
is
talking.
still a gap above us. So this is. Oh, I thought I colored it pink. Oh no, it could
Well,
keep
from
going.
that little fucked up guy.
Yeah.
Squeeze
Um.
short.
There's just a tiny little gap there. I mean, in reality, the gap should be like here.
Because it's more or less an overnight session anyway, right?
Yeah. Now 4 high.
Snooze fest.
Yeah, it's about to be fucking Call of Duty time.
Yeah, well, I was one and done, luckily.
Yeah, I cut some nice trades. I cut a nice short to start and cut a long and then cut another long. Right in this last one. Just that's all
I
I've
got
been waiting
stopped
for is
out.
for the sun to close.
Got stopped out at that. I guess I was in a long from when I saw that it rejected. I got back in at like 14, and then it stopped me out because I did have my stop too tight at 16.
Mm.
And if I had just put my stop just below my entry, I freaking would have nailed it, and then I would have had this whole thing up. But then I had to get back in.
What did you do? Move your stop up?
I moved it up, so my stop was at 16. But my entry was 14 and a half,
Right.
14,
Moved into profit.
14 and a half, 14 3/4. And if I had just moved my stop just below my entry, it never came back to where I was. So I would have been totally fine. I was just like, no, I want my point. Fucking, it's a point. Why do I do that to myself? But I was kind of just adamant because I was like, no, this is the push that's going to make it. And of course, it didn't make it. It came back at me and whatever. So I had to get back in again, and now I'm in at 17, which is not ideal. I have my stop at 18/4 because once it rejected, once it hit and made the weak high and wouldn't push past it, I'm like, I'm not putting it below my entry this time. No
Yeah,
way, no how.
that was a decent offer at that high.
Well, and that
In the
I
book
just
as well. I mean, it didn't.
I was
I don't.
kind
Did it even trade? I don't know.
yeah, it's gonna stop me. Well, yep, there it stopped me out. Hey, but I made it up. I made it where I wanted to make it, so it's good enough.
You think that's that
Not
guy, Brad, who was buying down below? He had
What, selling up top?
yeah, he had 450. You see, it didn't. He had 450 up the top there, just above that top tick, and then it started coming back down. It was kind of the same size order as the buy. It might just be coincidence.
Pretty decent buyer just smacked the 1750 but didn't get any reaction at all. Still buying there. There's the reaction.
Kind of testing back into this volume.
I kind of feel like once this hearing stops, that this thing is gonna. I mean, I'm not gonna say it's gonna go to the sky, but I kind of feel like it's gonna release a lot of the pressure, and then people are gonna start trading.
I don't really think it's doing anything. You think? I don't. I mean, what's the range? 23.
I mean, it
It's like
felt
a
like it was
20 point
artificially
range.
being held down when we were down at the was it like the 6, the 5, 6, 7? Like it was kind of just like artificially being held down, and then all of a sudden something happened and it changed speakers, and then all of a sudden that was the run up. I mean, maybe it's inconsequential, and maybe I'm correlating things that are not correlatable. Not sure
No,
if
you
that's a
might be
word.
right. You might be right. I just not really noticed. It don't feel like there's. You know when you you can tell when there's some news
Oh
coming out.
yeah,
It just doesn't feel like we've had that today. But you might be right. People might not be wanting to trade while they're
I
speaking.
could have put my stop below my entry again.
Gotta accept that risk.
Yeah, I'm working on it. I'm working on it. There are times I accept too much risk and I'm like 4 points, 6 points down, and I'm like, what the fuck was I thinking? I should have sold it. And then there are times when I don't accept the risk and it takes me out and I get half a or 2 ticks when I could have gotten 10 points. So I play both sides of that equation. I do feel like this thing. I actually will say I had my exit, my final exit on that 2 contract trade that I had from lower down. My final exit was 31. I don't know if it'll make it, but that was where I was thinking that we were looking.
31 on the upside.
Yeah. So basically, right at the lower end of value from that yesterday. Is that Globex?
The prior day half back, you mean?
I'm looking at your chart. It was 31. It was like basically right at that value area low. Well, a little bit above that value area low, right before that shelf.
Yeah.
Of the on the previous
Right
day,
here.
right in there. Yeah. Oh, that's Globex. That was Globex.
Yeah,
Sorry.
this is Globex.
Yeah. But it's basically at the same. If you look over on the day, you can see that shelf where there's 6 TPOs and then it drops to 3 TPOs on the previous day. Right there. That was where I was putting it.
Oh,
Higher.
this one?
Higher. The one where it's reversed. No, one more up. There you go. That one.
Oh, okay.
That's where I was putting it. That was where I was putting it. That's all right. Well, I'm good for the day. I got my 14.5 points. My best day, but hey, I'll take it.
That's not a bad day.
No, it is not.
And that's the thing is like you look at that, and if you're trading like the MES, like it doesn't seem like, you know, what is that, $75? You know, it's a transferable skill. The only difference is the leverage, and so like as long as you just keep, you know, proving consistency, then you just keep adding on leverage. And if you start to have some, you know, weaker days, then you take some leverage off. And eventually, you know, you move up to the ES, and then you're adding multiple contracts with the ES, and you do the same thing.
Yeah, there, Brad. It's just above the high in the book now. You see it? 425.
Oh yeah, on the 23.
Yeah, it's been sitting up there for a while. When it tapped up the top, but I didn't trade. I don't think. If we didn't
Yeah,
take that
could be the same.
a B low by like a couple of ticks, we'd just be trading everything inside initial balance.
Yeah, and that low was probably just momentum shorts getting stuck. Like they just that C low, or just like they're like, ah, no, we're taking this slow. They're like, all right, you asked for it. They let them
Then
take
they
it and then
switch up
ripped them
to
back
buy.
up. Yeah. It's that guy that sent the tweet.
That's why he
He's
tweeted
just,
again. Oh shit, not again.
oh, motherfucker. Who's buying this stupid fucking thing?
Yeah, shorting the lows and buying the highs just hasn't been a thing that's been working recently.
Yeah, and that's not like that strategy really doesn't work unless there's volatility. Like the VIX is down. What's that here? Percentage.
It was like 14 when I looked at it last time.
It's at 1335 right now, down almost 4%. So it's
Yeah, I
like
think I remember watching a video from, is it SM? What's the American version of like Axia? What's the one? Do you know what it's called? The big one on YouTube?
S&P Capital.
Yeah, that's the one. I remember them saying about kind of it's a shit market to trade if it's not over 15.
Yeah, because there's
And
no
then they were
volatility.
looking, yeah, and they look at when it gets below 15, they start looking at kind of different things to trade.
Yeah, because most of them trade options and stocks. But if the VIX is below 15, then really got to nail it. Your entries and exits, because if not, you're gonna be just fucked. Because you're not getting much movement anyway. So it'll end up being like a lot of small losses, and then big wins will carry your pocketbook. Whereas like in high volatility, you could have a really bad day and then a really good day and then a bad day and a good day, and still be pretty balanced out because volatility gives you the opportunity to make just as easily.
Oh yeah.
Whereas low volatility, it kind of lures people into a false sense of security where they're like, oh, it's gonna come back, it's gonna come back, it's gonna come back, and then it never comes back, and now they're in this fucking huge stuck position.
Where did you say, when's that, how long's your options contract? Is it daily or?
Which one for that strangle?
Yeah, the strangle, yeah.
Oh, it expires today.
All right, so right now you're in the sweet spot.
Yes, yeah. Yeah, right now I'm in the sweet spot. What are you guys doing upstairs?
What's up, guys?
What's up,
Hey,
TJ?
TJ, how's it going?
Hey,
Yeah, the book is
And
super thin.
you guys in anything right now?
I'm in a long position.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, for like fucking 3 hours now.
Yeah, I'm about to
Boy.
get a pillow and have a little nap here on the desk.
I'm about to go make some lunch.
It's pretty slow today, TJ.
Oh, for real?
I'm making a green salad
No, you're here, TJ. You're gonna
from all
fucking
that money.
pump all those lots in. We're gonna get moving.
Making it with $100 bills.
Yeah, I've just got an Oreo and a knife with my knife and fork. I'm just gonna cut it up on a plate.
Living it rich, are we?
Oh yeah.
That creamy center, I'm just saying. That's what makes life
Yeah,
worthwhile.
could be worse. It could just be a dry biscuit.
There you go. The fact that you call Oreo a biscuit is just wrong. I'm just gonna throw that out there.
Yeah, you get things wrong. You get it wrong. No,
Just kidding.
I'm joking.
The United
Yours is
States
like a
donated.
savory thing, right?
What's that?
A biscuit for you guys is like a savory thing.
Yeah, like a cookie.
Like no sweet. It's not sweet, is it, for you?
Oh, it's sweet.
Biscuit. Oh, it is.
Yeah.
What, you wouldn't call an Oreo a biscuit then?
No. Like our version of biscuits are cookies. That's what we call them.
Okay,
We call them
got you,
cookies.
But if someone said to you, "Do you want a biscuit?" No, it would not be sweet.
Yeah,
That
it'd
would
be
not be
like
the
fucking.
expectation.
You'd put butter on it.
Yeah, it'd be like a
Right.
buttermilk
Breakfast.
biscuit, or yeah, like a muffin. It would be, no, maybe not like a muffin.
Yeah, a little bacon, egg, and cheese on your
Yep,
biscuit.
there you go.
Yeah,
Biscuits
you
and
don't throw
gravy.
that on a
It's
Oreo.
like a crumpet
A crumpet.
Sure,
or
we'll
a
call it
muffin
crumpet.
or a muffin.
In the world's a crumpet.
Like a muffin, kind of. Yeah.
Would you like a crumpet?
I knew you'd like that.
A little more, please.
Interesting looking profile.
So what would you call an Oreo?
Cookie.
Cookie.
Okay, cool. Right.
They call
We'll call
it
'em
the right
Oreos.
name.
Or we just call it Oreos. Like we call shit by their name too.
Yeah, there's only one cookie that's an Oreo.
There are places in this. There are places in the States where you say, "Hey, can you get me a Coke? I want orange." The term Coke just means a soda, and then you have to specify what kind of drink you want.
Yeah, those people are fucked up. Like the same people that call soda pop. They're like, "Oh, can I have some pop?"
That's-
I'm like, what the fuck?
Yeah, it's like that's common in the South.
Yeah, we only call drinks by their name, to be fair. The fizzy drinks. Yeah, or fizzy drink. Yeah, I guess.
Yeah, and America's
Yeah, we-
separated on like everything too. They're like, do you like Chips Ahoy or do you like Oreos? Do you like Coke? Do you like Pepsi? Like everything. There's always a line, like in it tells
Yeah.
you about a person.
Pick
Like,
a side.
oh, you like Pepsi, huh? Okay. Now we know.
Oh, you're that guy. Okay.
Or there's actually there's a third side in the United States that's developed recently, and it's like, I don't drink soda. It's like, all right, fuck off, bitch. All right, enough of that.
I'm too good for Coke.
Yeah, I don't drink poison.
It's beneath me.
All the
beneath me.
hippies, it's poison. Like everything's poison. Newsflash.
I'll take some kombucha.
Oh God, that shit. Some people love that shit. It tastes
I can't even
terrible.
stand it.
What's that, like
Oh,
a
cannot
flavored
even stand it.
flavored
Oh,
flavored
it's-
spring water?
No, it's like vinegar, isn't it?
It's
I've smelled it one time and it
basically-
was disgusting. I didn't even try it. I was like, oh hell no.
You do. It's like mushrooms that are fermented, and then you drain off the water.
Oh, hell.
It's fucking. It smells, but they're like pickled or something. Like, let me see. What's in kombucha?
There was one time my brother-in-law gave us one, and there was the pot. The top was like one of those pressure, like spring release. And I popped it, and it frickin' shot soda all the way to the ceiling. I got drenched.
In mushroom water.
Oh, it is fucking nasty.
Mushroom.
It's disgusting. I mean, I didn't try it, but just smelling it, I was like, oh hell no. Like I've drinking apple
It, like,
cider vinegar before, to like, because sometimes you've got to, but like, this shit was not. It was bad.
Yeah, that's nasty to drink as well.
But some people
They
love
do
that
some
shit.
fucking
And it's,
capsules now, don't they?
they
So
say
you
it's
don't have to fucking taste that shit.
yeah, exactly. Yeah, and that's the way to go. Capsules. Like I'm not saying it's not good for you because it definitely seems like it would be good for you, but it just smells like shit. It's like,
Yeah, it's not like drink it. It's a completely different drink, right? You can't be like, oh no, I don't want one of those. I have one of these instead.
yeah, but that's what's crazy
Yeah,
is like in California
I'll
at coffee
smoke.
shops, people are like, oh yeah, I'll get an iced kombucha. You're like, oh, what the fuck?
Ice does not fix the problem. It still tastes like shit.
Yeah, like it's like you're gonna have to pour sugar in there to make it good, and then that's gonna defeat the purpose of it. So it's just terrible.
That is the quintessential hippie drink. It's kombucha.
Those are the same people that like they don't eat pizza or McDonald's and shit. Like, they're like, I watched What the Health movie, and I'm a vegan now.
I know.
Fucking-
It reformed me.
yeah, I let movies decide my fate.
I watched Supersize and I kind of like how it turned out. So I think I'm just gonna go to McDonald's and order Supersize every time.
I eat McDonald's once a week. I love McDonald's.
I don't have it
Once a
very often anymore. I used to eat it a lot when I worked at an office. Now at
yeah, I
home,
think
I can actually make actual food.
yeah, it's like a treat for me because normally I cook dinner, and so we go there like once a week after jujitsu. So it's like also I'm going there like after a hard ass workout too. So, but it tastes so good.
What's going on right now with this vessel that's missing in the sea? Have you seen that?
Mm-mm.
What's missing?
Oh yeah, I seen some headline about that.
Missing
What's missing?
Titanic's. It's a submarine, like a small submarine, which is down going round the Titanic, and it's gone missing, and they're searching for it at the moment. Um,
Yeah,
and
it's
they're
got
saying,
people.
and they're saying that there's they can hear banging in the water, like where they're banging on the sides of the sub.
Where's this at?
Just type in missing Titanic submarine and you'll see it. It's popping up all over my feeds at the moment.
Yeah, these people paid like 200 grand to get a tour of the Titanic, and the sub has been missing for like, what's it been, like a day or two now?
Yeah, and they're saying they've got 24 hours left of oxygen on the sub.
Yeah, yeah, it's crazy they can't find this sub. Like, what the heck?
Fuck going down there. You couldn't pay me enough to
Seems
go
like the
down.
military could see that on some kind of radar pretty easy.
Sub has emergency oxygen and a 96-hour sustained capability if there is an emergency on board. For some time, we have been unable to establish communications with one of our submersibles. Oh, here we go.
That's what they fucking get, stupid motherfucker.
Who are the passengers on board? They confirmed Hamish Harding, a 59-year-old British billionaire, business owner and explorer, British Pakistani businessman, I can't pronounce his name, and his son, and French explorer Paul Henry Narg, that's French, which I can't pronounce. They're all on it.
Now, can you post those 3 names in the chat, and then I'll do some research for it?
Yeah, now we know this was a planned coordinated attack.
There's
Exactly.
no way you could pay me enough to go down there.
Fuck no, I don't even
Yeah,
like
I
going
don't.
below the water.
My head's not going under it.
I don't even like taking a shower, let alone going into a sub. I mean, let's be honest.
I like
I'm
like
like,
surfing and boogie boarding, but like I don't like going
Yeah,
out.
on top. Yeah,
Yeah.
on top of the water, not underneath it.
I thought only like remote subs could go that deep. I didn't know they had like manned subs that could go that far.
When you're rich as fuck, you can just pay for whatever you want.
I don't think they were cleared to go down that far, I read. And then they were also using a Logitech controller to pilot the submarine.
Step
Sure,
number
was a
1.
Raspberry Pi.
Step number 1, Logitech. Fucked up.
Like they built the sub, they used parts from other types of, we'll say machinery for lack of a better term, to build this thing. And I'm trying not to laugh because I think it's hilarious, but yeah.
One of the guys in here, the explorer, he's like, "Shit, I got stuff in my backyard. Let's go make one." No,
Well, like
say,
when you're rich as
I
fuck,
got
you can pretty much do whatever you want.
I don't know if someone's already tried to go down there, but there's a statement here: huge pieces of the Titanic were raining down on us. Yeah, I'm not. You couldn't sign me up for that. No way.
Raining down on us. How are they getting underneath of it? Like, isn't it on the bottom?
Yeah, it's on the bottom.
Maybe they
It's
were
like
raising
13,000 feet.
Maybe they were raising the Titanic.
Yeah, I thought it was like 20.
This is what they get, you know. This is just like fucking Darwinism, like we talked about earlier.
They
Like,
get saved. We're all standing there with a banner like Greenpeace that says, "Fuck you. This is what you deserve."
I mean, he's just so rich, he's got nothing else to do. So he's like, you know what? I'm gonna go 13,000 feet underwater. Like, all right. And
Didn't James Cameron do that shit when they filmed Titanic? He got a sub. They went down there when they filmed that movie. Can't you just watch that and it's like the same thing without dying? You know?
exactly. I saw the Titanic. Perfect.
I'll go dig up Leo's body, but other than that, I got no reason to be down there.
You think we might head back to the POC?
If they've got to really sink this thing below this like 16, 17 level. Yeah, maybe 13. In order to get that low, they need to get back to 50. That's where I have my stop at, is at 1050. Can we just have like a fucking drop down list of like what he owns? Where's fucking ChatGPT?
Hey, compare these three people and tell me what they have in common.
Yeah,
I'm
exactly.
gonna pop back and go, they're all in a submarine somewhere on the bottom of the ocean with all their money.
Like a small little thing as well. It's not very big.
Yeah, and like the fucking panic that's going on is probably
Imagine.
sucking those oxygen reserves down.
It's literally a nightmare, right? It's a natural nightmare. I'm sure people have nightmares like that.
Oh yeah, dude, I definitely have a fear of drowning. That's for sure.
I think I read that they're locked in from the outside too. Granted, you're not going to survive that swim and you're just going to kill yourself. But if I'm sitting there for 5 days about to die eventually, I'd rather just open the door and let it happen. And they can't even do that.
So they're literally gonna die from suffocation at the
Oh,
bottom.
they'll
of the
fall
ocean.
asleep. No. They'll actually, when you don't have enough oxygen, you actually fall asleep.
Yeah, but then they'll die from a suffocation.
Yeah. Right, but I'm just saying that you won't know it. They'll fall asleep before you expire, is what I mean.
Which sounds substantially more peaceful than letting a giant tsunami of death into your submarine. I don't know if I want to look at people for 5 days.
Well, you know what? Like, actually, like when you choke somebody out, when they wake up from that, they're like, "Man, that was a really good nap." So it probably is pretty nice. Then you just never.
Well, except they don't wake up. That might be the best part. Fuck it.
These three people have in common.
Yeah, like open the door, you get like a fucking 3-headed shark by your head off.
I mean, if I gotta go out, I'm a shark bite. I might, the story might be better than I sat in a submarine for 5 days suffocating.
I've seen some of those sharks at the bottom of the ocean, the pictures that they show, and those things are fucking ugly.
Yeah,
like they're the
weird.
I mean, it's not like the cool, great white, or whatever kind of shark, nurse sharks, whatever. But like
they
the
got
ones
like
at the
a light
bottom,
on the end of their head.
yeah, or whatever. I mean, they look just like they look like somebody beat the shit out of them.
Yeah, they think there's places that are way deeper than that we can't even see what's down there. So imagine what's down there. Fuck that.
We got enough problems on land for me to ever want to get into a submarine and go look at the ocean floor.
People are trying to prove
Unless
Earth
you're a
is
Navy
flat.
guy.
How are they actually seeing it? That's what I'm wondering. Like, are they just looking at it through? Because it's obviously so dark down there, you can't see anything anyway. So they're watching it off of a
But
screen. So they
Yeah.
could
They
have
have a mag
watched it.
light.
So that
They
means
have a mag light.
that same screen you could be watching at home.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
Oh, I see
Damn.
what you're saying. Yeah, for sure.
You know what I mean? It's not even like you're actually getting an experience. You're going down into like a black chamber where you can't see anything and then watching a TV screen and dying.
Well,
Yeah. Yeah.
yeah. Have you ever been to it in your town? Action Aviation.
Yeah, should have stuck above land.
Seemed like they got some longs trapped at Q up. Can't get back over that 16.
Yeah, it came back down to that POC.
Yeah, the only thing you can find on this fucking guy right now is stuck in the fucking bottom of the ocean.
Yeah, they've already wiped all that stuff, Brad.
Yeah, god damn it.
You have to use like DuckDuckGo or something. Can't use Google.
Yeah, true.
Cannot believe that this thing is still going on.
What's that?
Is still speaking.
Oh.
Ow.
Oh, Pal speaking right now?
So we
Yeah,
got
it's
another
still
10 minutes
speaking.
will be 3 hours. We started at 10, right? Yeah, 10.
Yeah. Like, what in the world? I mean, and these are all freaking inane questions. Like, nothing is like, oh, this is the most important question ever. It's all just this bullshit.
Yeah, that's why I didn't watch it, because I was thinking it was going to be like that. Just like practiced. Ask me a stupid question, and I'm going to give you an answer that is not a real answer, but I'm going to talk about something for an extended period of time so I can get through this, because you guys only have a set amount of time. It's going to be the same answer over and over and over. I'm ready for the fucking presidential debate, too. Normally, once like an election year, there's a nice volatility in the market, so more opportunity. Then hopefully, I guess not hopefully, but it doesn't really matter. What I'm thinking is maybe a drive down a little bit, or like that's where we get the pullback, is leading up to the election, and then after the election's over, the market goes back up. That's still, a year away, but Yeah, see, this is kind of nice. Look, so we've changed the tick to Renko, which is kind of cool, right? We don't get this overbought, oversold indicator, so we'll have to do something about that. It's not going to break it all on the 1,000, but what is nice is that we get to see the kind of turning points in it. We can see like kind of where the high is holding here. So if we come up, put in a lower low on this way down, makes that kind of dip viable. And then if we make a higher high, then we know we can hold. And if we don't, we start to fail. We see another turn, then we want to flatten. Not necessarily like, every single time or anything like that, but just lets you see the turning points of the tick a little bit easier, I think.
Tesla's getting killed. Oh, it's getting hammered. It's coming down to 6%.
Yeah.
What's gonna happen?
Tesla's getting smoked.
Oh wow. Is the market on the rip to the downside?
Yeah,
Oh no.
Tesla's not like a huge piece of the market. They're starting to kind of liquidate inside there.
They must have just had some news there, right, Brad?
What, Tesla?
Something, yeah, something to do with it. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe because they're starting probably stops, probably liquidating a bunch of stops because they're kind of re-entering a balance area. What the fuck was that noise?
Some volume coming in right here.
I feel like I just heard one of my trades execute, but I didn't press anything.
Oh,
This one too. see anything.
Got some shorts right there.
Sure, your computer's just not telling you, hey, it's time to get in.
In what? The short?
Into a long.
I'm already in the
Add
long.
on. I know, I'm just
Oh.
saying, maybe it's adding on for you. It says,
Oh.
if he won't fucking do it, I'm gonna take care of it for him. All right. All right, Brad, if you're gonna pussy out. So you think we take this high?
As long as we stay above 1050, yeah. Okay.
They're like right here in the middle of the profile.
Bye.
Did you add on, or are you just in that still that one only that one trade?
Are you guys getting dropped off here, and I'll take you back over there, or what? Are you bringing?
Hey, are you guys getting long from 14?
I don't think anyone's saying that you should get long.
Oh,
Not yet.
yeah, because I'm not hearing. I'm only hearing part of it. I was walking up, listening to this.
Brad's in a long. He was in from far, like I think he said 7/4 is bottom one or 4. Maybe yeah, I think it was 7/4. Oh, 575. Sorry, was losing some points for him right there in that statement.
Dang, 575, nice.
Took the same trade 2 times too. That same exact trade. But I have my stop at 1050, so if we get below 1050, I'm going to be out of it. Just the last lot that I have trying to trail. There it goes. Actually hit a negative 1,000 tick right there. I was still on. Another thing those Saudis own, Tommy, is that live golf they just sold to the PGA for a fuckload of money, I think. Now it's under investigation. Seller's really trying to offer this level here. Bye.
Wow, look at all the, those are cumulative over on the left, right, of the DOM.
Yeah,
All those red numbers.
per price, yeah.
Somebody's really trying to get this thing down.
When this comes down like this and we get a negative 1,000 tick and it's not making a low, that's just, you know, that's your sign.
Here's your sign.
When it got right back to the weak spot, just fucking bounced straight away. Now we see if they reoffer it higher. Buyers still need to be above this distribution to get shorts nervous, because any shorts that are short, you know, within this distribution, a little move up from here is not really, like, movement in here is not really freaking them out. But if you start to get above that 18-20 area, then some of these shorts that are in here start to get a little bit nervous, and that's when you start peaking above the initial bounce.
I'm gonna pour
I got
high. Low, huh?
Yeah.
I got back in at 10.5.
Nice.
See where it goes. I'm gonna put my stop at 11.
You're in a short?
And I'll let. No, a long. No, I have my
Oh,
stop at
you're
11.
moving your stop in profit. Oh.
No, I'm not a moron. No, this
I mean,
thing, I still think that the upside is the right side. I know that it dropped, but I just don't think that that's a, I just don't feel like that this is the downside is really gonna get anywhere. I mean, they've been struggling at this thing all day long. And I kind of still believe that once the session is done, that it will get a bump. Once the hearing, actually, it's more like an ignoring because they don't really listen to anything. Edit, hearing versus ignore. Come on, guys.
I can just barely breathe this stupid outage.
Gonna stop me out if it keeps coming. That might have been the dead cat bounce. Starting to get some traction.
Go make some lunch.
Now we're talking. And they're closing it up. Hearing is almost over. Hearing is closed. They are all done yammering at each other. Oh, stop. Here. Hearing.
Alright, I'm back. I got my mic on. Or I just have my mic on mute.
Your screen was blinking for me for a second there. I was wondering if your internet connection was getting flaky, but maybe not. Did you get back in, or are you out?
No, I'm out.
That was a strong bid.
Yep. Kind of came out of nowhere too. Or was that shorts covering? Can you hear me? Oh yeah, okay, there it goes.
New TPO starting in the next 30 seconds.
All right, guys. I think I'm gonna call it. The market's basically just gone into a standstill. So the more we watch it, the more opportunities we have for mistakes, and there's really just not much going on here. As far as the rest of the day goes, right? Set some alerts if you want, but you really are kind of in that area where we're right back in the middle of this distribution, and the market can pretty much go either way. So you want to see how it acts down here. You want to see how it acts up here to give you that opportunity to trade from that distribution. Just because we haven't, this point of control from this larger distribution is not acting as support or resistance. We're really just kind of trading through it. So the market's just distributing more inventory in this area. And so you really just want to wait until these levels. If we get too much below 4,400, there could be extra liquidation. So you've got to be careful with buying the low and playing the balance here. But other than that, that is pretty much it. Nasdaq's lower. I mean, everything's kind of on the low today. The Dow is positive, actually. It's on its way back lower. Bonds are positive just a little bit. Yeah. Other than that, you guys have a wonderful rest of your day. Make sure that you're managing risk and sticking to your trade plan. And I see you guys tomorrow.
Thanks, Brad.
Can you leave that up?
Thanks, Brad.
I'm gonna probably